Ladies and gentlemen, please once again take your coffees and come here to the conference room. We are starting now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy. We are so happy to see you here at the International Scientific Conference Rural Development 2023 Bioeconomy to the Green Deal. This conference has a special mission. It starts a cycle of events dedicated to 100th anniversary of the Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy. You will hear more about this anniversary in the first presentation after the greeting speeches. And now let's go on about the Rural Development Conference. It's the 11th conference organized biannually by our university. This time we have about 200 participants from 19 countries. So we have a very large scope of the countries covering European countries and as well outside Europe, as United States of America, Japan, Nigeria, Egypt, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and others. Dear ladies and gentlemen, all of us has received magic participants cards. You have noticed this, yes? So they are really magic because they are firstly sustainable, and this tape is filled with flower seeds. And after the conference, you can plant them and grow wonderful flowers. So please, let's try to do it after the conference. Well, and now I would like to introduce you the main members of the scientific committee of the conference. Chairperson, Professor Astrida Miceikienė, Chancellor of the Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy. Vice Chairperson, Associated Professor Judita Černiauskienė, Editor-in-Chief of the Proceedings of Rural Development International Conference, and she is also the Vice Chairperson of the Conference Organizing Committee. Applause. And the main members of Organizing Committee, Chairperson of the Conference, Dr. Laima Skauranė, and Administrator of the Conference, Dr. Monika Medikienė. Thank you so much. Now I would like to express our thanks to our main supporters. It's Lithuanian Rural Development Network, the Baltic American Freedom Foundation, Lithuanian Research Council, AB Kauno Grūdai, UAB Mantinga, as well many thanks to our informational partner, Ūkininko patarėjas, and the partner of the conference, the Ministry of Agriculture of Republic of Lithuania. Thank you so much for your contribution and support. Now I would like to invite the host of the conference, the Chancellor of the Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy, Chairperson of Scientific Committee, Professor Astrida Miceikienė, to say the welcome word and to lead the welcome speech. Dear Chancellor, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honorable participants. It's my pleasure to welcome all participants at the conference Rural Development 2023. It's already become a tradition to meet colleagues and partners from all over the world here. In addition, we are pleased that this event became a common area for international scientific interdisciplinary discussion on rural development, bioeconomy, and green innovations. Today marks a significant moment for us to come together and share our knowledge and experiences. This conference brings together professionals from various fields of bioeconomy, Green Deal, and backgrounds to discuss the latest research advancements and cutting-edge research in their respective areas. The opportunity to connect and learn from one another is invaluable. I am thrilled to see such a diverse group of experts at attendance. This conference promises to be an enriching experience both personally and professionally. Throughout this conference, we will engage in thought-provoking discussion, collaborate on interdisciplinary solutions, and forge new partnerships that will propel bioeconomy to new heights. By embracing diversity and inclusiveness, we can create a bioeconomy that is not only environmentally sustainable, but also socially and economically just. But let us not forget the importance of inclusivity and ensuring that the benefits of bioeconomy are shared by all. I ask you all to take full advantage of this opportunity to learn, network, and collaborate. Let us seize this moment to exchange ideas, challenge each other's perspectives, and inspire one another to push the boundaries of our respective fields. Together, we can create synergy from broad participation from different sectors of society, scientists, practitioners, policymakers, private sector actors, no-government organizations, and even young researchers and students. All the participants will be awarded the possibility to express the attitude towards the scientific issues related to rural development, especially in their focus on the Green Deal and bioeconomy challenges. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to the organizer, partners, and sponsors who made this conference possible. This event would not have been possible without their dedication and hard work. Let us all make the most of this time together. And I wish you all a successful and enjoyable conference. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Chancellor. Now, it's my pleasure to invite for the welcome address the Vice Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Dr. Vilma Bioeconomy. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone, dear participants of this very interesting and challenging event. It is my pleasure, my privilege, and my pride in having this opportunity to give this greeting to you all here, and also to express my gratitude to the organizers of this event for bringing here this beautiful bouquet of experts from all around the world. And I get that I'm most of all thankful for this wonderful idea of having plant seeds in the conference badge tape so that we can also enjoy the sustainability in a very practical manner. So maybe my duty for this very short greeting word would be to give a couple of words about our university and why it is specific. You are here now in Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy, which is part of our beautiful bouquet of different fields, the broadest spectrum of fields that the university has in Lithuania. Vytautas Magnus University was established in 1922 and suffered different turbulences, closed after the Soviet occupation and re-established in 1989 as a liberal arts school, which gave us a possibility to develop the study model for our students to follow their very individual study paths. So interdisciplinarity is very much at the heart of our university. Starting from arts, humanities, social sciences, all the way to engineering and agriculture that is brought to our expertise by this particular academy. Also, it is important to know that Vytautas Magnus University is very international. About 30% of our study programs are delivered in English, and this allows us to welcome about 20% of our student and staff population that is international. So while walking around the campus, you can actually see students from around 80 countries of the world. And this is something that also gives us an opportunity to give a chance for students to grow their competencies in a very international environment. Vytautas Manius University has this campus and also the campus in the city center, so when you have a tour around Kaunas, you can also possibly enjoy the other part of Vytautas Manius University. And we also have a beautiful botanical garden. Well, your agenda is very stuffed with different activities, but if you had a chance, I know that the director of the botanical garden is here, so there's also opportunity to visit the botanical garden. Well, as already was mentioned by the Chancellor, the problems looming on us, on the globe, are extremely complex. And in some cases, we have reached the point of no return. So I really wish this wonderful group of experts to take a very good chance during these days of the conference and to try to find the solutions to help what is actually possible to be changed. And also to think about the new generation and how we could inspire from the very early age to be different, to be caring of the world, to be interested in matters of sustainability, all the way of preserving democracy to preserving our environment. So thank you for being here, thank you for being with us, thank you for being at Vytautas Manius University Agriculture Academy, and all the best in your discussions and different kind of panels. Thank you.
Dear Vice Rector, thank you so much for this wonderful and warm welcoming speech. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are starting the plenary session. So, Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy has a very rich and long-standing history. And as already mentioned, this year is the 100th anniversary of Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy. Therefore, the first presentation is dedicated for this beautiful event. First, you will see a short film which was created exactly for the Agriculture Academy anniversary. It illustrates the history of Agriculture Academy. Then it will be supported by the interesting facts and moments about nowadays and our future, presented by our Chancellor, Professor Astrida Miceikienė. So firstly, please attention to the screen.
Žemės ūkio akademijos istorija neatsiejama nuo Lietuvos istorijos, todėl jai būdingi visi dramatiški mūsų šalies posūkiai. Pirmosios aukštojo žemės ūkio mokslo užuomazgos susijusios su 1922 metais įkurtu Lietuvos universitetu. Žemės ūkio akademija buvo įsteigta 1924 metais, rugsėjo 3 dieną Dotnuvoje, pertvarkius Lietuvos universiteto agronomijos ir miškininkystės skyrių ir Dotnuvo žemės ūkio technikumą. Steigiamasis posėdis įvyko spalio 15 dieną. Ši diena laikoma akademijos įkūrimo data. Pirmoje prezidento Aleksandro Stulginskio paskirtoje profesorių taryboje buvo išrinktas ir pirmasis akademijos rektorius, profesorius Povilas Matulionis. Lietuvos universiteto rektorius Pranas Baučys, vyresniojo brolio, universiteto vardu sveikino naujai atsiradusią sesutę akademiją, linkėdamas laimingai išaugti ir iškelti Lietuvos žemės ūkį. Tuomet Lietuvoje padėtis buvo labai sunki ir vyriausybė nedaug galėjo paremti naujai įsikūrusią aukštąją mokyklą. Bet nepaisant to, akademija augo ir tvirtėjo, brendo nauja žemės ūkio mokslininkų karta. Tarpukario akademijoje 1924–1937 metais baigiamuosius egzaminus išlaikė ir diplominius darbus apgynė 125 absolventai. Deja, taikų darbą sutrikdė prasidėjęs Antrasis pasaulinis karas ir viena po kitos sovietų, vokiečių ir vėl sovietų okupacijos.
Šito keliu iš Kauno Šiaulių link dardėjo patrankos, karinės mašinos. Kadangi čia nebuvo asfalto brukas, tai būdavo langai virpa nuo viso to. girdėdavosi, kaip frontas Žemaitijoje dunda, o mes dainuodavom.
Vienas skaudžiausių likimo smūgių – sovietinė okupacija kartu su lietuvių tautos genocidu. Daug profesorių ir dėstytojų buvo ištremti į Sibiro lagerius, iš kurių daugelis nebegrįžo. Nemaža jų dalis pasitraukė į vakarus. 1945 metais akademija perkeliama į Kauną, į buvusią Žemės ūkio ministeriją Kęstučio gatvėje. 1946 metų pradžioje jai perduodama dalis Noreikiškių tarybinio ūkio studentų gamybinė mokymui. Galutinai Kaune akademija įsikūrė 1947 metais. Didėjant studentų skaičiui ir atidarius neakivaizdinį skyrių, patalpos esančios Kaune pasidarė ankštos, dėl to buvo problemų vežiojant studentus į mokomąjį ūkį Noreikiškėse. Todėl buvo nuspręsta pastatyti atskirą Lietuvos žemės ūkio akademijos miestelį Noreikiškėse. Naujų rūmų kertinis akmuo buvo padėtas 1957 m. spalio 15 d., o galutinai šį miestelį persikelta 1964 metais. 1969 metais buvo patvirtintas akademijos generalinio išplėtimo planas, kuris su daliniais pakeitimais įvykdytas 1989 metais. Miškų ūkio ministerija pastatė mokomosios girininkijos pastatą. Buvo pastatyti 9 bendrabučiai bei akademijos gyvenvietė, mokymo poligonas bei plėtėsi bandymų stotis. Lietuvai atgavus nepriklausomybę, akademija perėjo prie naujos studijų sistemos. Atsirado nauji kvalifikaciniai laipsniai – bakalauras, diplomuotas specialistas, magistras, naujos sąvokos, modulis, kreditas. Studijų ir mokslo pagrindu tapo fundamentiniai teoriniai dalykai. Lygiagrečiai fakultetų tarybų sprendimu organizuotos ir taikomosios studijos. Taip Lietuvos žemės ūkio akademija tapo universitetinio tipo aukštąja mokykla, plėtojančia mokslinius tyrimus ir ruošiančia plataus profilio, aukštos kvalifikacijos žemės, miškų ir vandens ūkio specialistus, sugebančius spręsti teorinius ir praktinius žemės ūkio šakų uždavinius. Įvykus įvairiems pertvarkymams 1996 m. spalio 8 d. Lietuvos Seimo nutarimu Lietuvos žemės ūkio akademija pavadinama Lietuvos žemės ūkio universitetu. Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo 2011 m. birželio 28 d. nutarimu Lietuvos žemės ūkio universitetas pavadintas Aleksandro Stulginskio universiteto vardu. Aleksandro Stulginskio universitetas 2019 m. sausio 1 d. tapo Vytauto didžiojo universiteto Žemės ūkio akademija. Tad prabėgus beveik 100 metų Lietuvos universitetas ir akademija vėl pradėjo kurti istoriją kartu. Vytauto didžiojo universiteto Žemės ūkio akademija šiandien vieta, kur siejamos žinios apie gamtą ir technologijas, kad žengtume į saugesnę, švaresnę ir žalesnę ateitį. Čia tvarumo idėjų įkvėpta bendruomenė atranda galimybės gerinti pasaulį praktiškai, prasmingai ir inovatyviai.
Now I would like to invite Professor Astrida Miceikienė for the presentation.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, the present is a result of the past, and the future is the continuation of the present. The future will stand on the foundation we lay now. Therefore, I would like to present the present of Agriculture Academy. Agriculture Academy is the place where people who like nature and technologies work and study. Our academy is becoming more and more advanced in science and studies and more open to society for cooperation and sharing of knowledge. Agriculture Academy is a portal to a world of wisdom, where the past, present, and future converge. At our academy, knowledge is the currency, and each student is a wealthy investor in the bank of wisdom. Our present is based on operational strategy for the period 2021-2027. Our mission is cultivation of the community spirit, partnership, and long-standing tradition in line with the global scientific and political trends for development and dissemination of the knowledge in the agriculture, biotechnology, ecosystem, engineering, and social science to support the sustainable development of bioeconomy and rural areas, and for creation of conditions for the leaders of these sectors to grow, develop, and contribute to provision of quality food and fully-fledged living environment for every human in harmony with the nature. Agriculture Academy vision is a strong university school of agricultural science in the Baltic region, operating at the level of the world's top universities and serving our countries as well as sustainable global development. Our activities are based on personal academic freedom, democracy, openness, responsibility, creativity, community spirit, partnership, respect for tradition, sustainability, and academic excellence. Our strategy consists of 4 goals: studies, research, scientific services, and cohesive academic community. At present, more than 1,400 undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD students are studying at our academy. We implement 11 first cycles, 19 master study programs, and PhD study programs in 8 fields. Students from various countries and continents of the world study at our academy. About 8% of students are from abroad. Employees are our greatest asset. In the slide, you can see how many employees are currently working at our academy. 238 teachers, 157 research staff, and 66 non-academic staff are working at our academy this year. The structure of our academy consists of administrative group and 5 academic subdivisions and non-academic subdivision. Administrative group, people of administrative group are responsible for coordination and administration of studies, marketing, science, and international activities. We have 5 academic subdivisions, 4 faculties, and 1 institute: Faculty of Agronomy, Faculty of Bioeconomy Development, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Forestry Science and Technology, and Bioeconomy Research Institute, new institute. And for non-academic subdivision, Experimental Station and Business and Social Partnership Center. Academic subdivisions are responsible for studies and research strategic goals. Non-academic subdivisions are responsible for scientific services strategic goals. All subdivisions are responsible for the development of a harmonious community of Agriculture Academy. We are proud of our awards and achievements. In this slide, you can see some of our awards and achievements. Assessment of business partners, high places in international rankings, the largest exhibition in the Baltic countries. There are just some of our achievements. More than 18 strategic partners from 4 countries cooperate with our academy. We participate in different international and national organizations. We are members of more than 40 international organizations and actively participate in the Alliance of European University Transform for Europe, Bio-Based Industries Consortium, Nova Bova Network, Association of European Life Science University, and other organizations. We are proud of our mecenas and strategic partners. The biggest agriculture companies are our mecenas: Dojus Agro, Agrochema, Ivabalte, Litagra, Baltic Agro, Rovaltra, Delaval, Agrokoncernas, Custodia, Baltic Agro, Žemtiekimas, Dotnova Baltic, Eva, Lithuania Agriculture Advisory Service, and Dinalas work together with our scientists and professors in different projects and other activities. More than 215 strategic partners we have in national level. Together we promote the creation of innovation in agriculture, forestry, and rural development. Scientific activity is one of the most important areas. And now I would like to present some information about our research activities. If we go many years ago, we will see that we started of our research with simple tools and equipments, and you can see here. And now we are working with drones technologies and robotics. All the time for us was important not only efficiency and effectiveness, but also we look to the other part, sustainability, ecology, and impact on the environment. Our slogan says it all: Agriculture Academy for those passionate about nature and technology. It's more than 3 decades everybody is talking about global warming, how to reduce greenhouse emissions, and the time we are working on it and trying to solve this issue. Our research direction are linked to strategic documents such as Sustainable Development Goals, European Green Deal, Bioeconomy Strategy, Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, Biodiversity Strategy, and Forest Strategy. We are working in 3 research areas: bioeconomy, biosystems engineering, and sustainability of agro, forest, and aquatic ecosystems and climate change. And mainly we are focusing to the development of bioeconomy and rural areas, biomass engineering and renewable energy, aquaculture, tribology, and precision agriculture. For us, it's very important healthy soil and plants, enhancement of biodiversity, adaptation of climate change impact, safe and innovative food products, sustainable forestry, and management of water and land resources. During the last 5 years, we are working in research and development projects together with many countries. Our partners are from all European countries, United States, some countries from South America, such as Colombia, Bolivia, Ecuador, countries from Africa, Cameroon, Uganda, Mali, Algeria, and as well as from Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, China, Japan, and others. The top partners in research and development project are Swedish University of Agricultural Science, Warsaw University of Life Science, National Institute of Agronomy Research, European Forest Institute, and Luke University from Poland. Recently, we had 17 Horizon projects. They mostly were linked to forestry, bioeconomy development, renewable energy, healthy soil, precision agriculture, agroecosystem, services, and food chain supply. If we look to our research outputs for global sustainable development goals, we will see that in Lithuania we are leaders in some of them: life and land, climate action, zero hunger. Also, for us, very important direction are good health and well-being, livable water, affordable and clean energy, clean water, and sanitation. My presentation, I would like to finish with famous writer George Bernard Shaw citation. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their mind cannot change anything. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much for a really interesting presentation. And now let's begin the year of 100-year anniversary with a festive music cover. Now we would like to thank music performer Davidas Dombrovskis for this wonderful performance. During we enjoyed Astor Piazzolla Libertango. Applause. Well, it was really nice to hear this wonderful music for the opening of anniversary of Agriculture Academy. May these all anniversaries be full of joy and positive achievements for all of us, dear members, partners, and guests of our Academy. Now, let's go on with scientific presentations. And we are starting with our first presenter. Really, health and safety of farms are really crucial points which are under big interest among researchers, practitioners, and policymakers. Therefore, it's a very big pleasure for us having here the expert in this field, Associated Professor Atena Katarina Ramos, from University of Nebraska Medical Center of United States of America. Her recent research interests include multiple community-based health and social research initiatives in such areas as occupational health and safety within the agri-food system, immigrant integration, and community well-being. So, dear professor, please come here. The floor is yours. And the presentation name, The Intersection Between Agriculture, Immigrant Integration, and Rural Prosperity. Opportunities for Building Community in Changing Times. Please, you are welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having me here today with you. I'm very appreciative of the invitation to join you at this very important conference. So, as you heard, I'm from the United States. I work at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. I consider myself to be a public health and community scientist, and I work with the Central State Center for Agricultural Safety and Health, which is funded by our National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health in the United States. Today, I am going to spend the next half an hour or so talking about the intersection between agriculture, immigrant integration, and rural prosperity. So I'd like to start with a question. What do you think of when you hear the word rural? And perhaps, and if you come from places like I do, you might think of an idyllic place where there's a lot of farms, where the economy is based on agriculture, a small town where there's a lot of social cohesion and people know each other, and that there's a low population density. But the ideal of rural is changing, and it's changing dramatically. So rural can be a geographic definition, it can be a cultural definition, or as some German colleagues put it, it can be a multidimensional construct of material, imagined, and socially experienced places. So the bioeconomy is more than just renewable resources that come from the land and sea to produce food, materials, and energy. And development of the bioeconomy also includes addressing people. It includes addressing people to produce such resources. And it includes both the human capital, the social capital, and the cultural capital that come with all of these individuals who are working in these fields. So human capital, we can think about that in terms of the knowledge, the skills, the ability of people, as well as their ability to attract resources and to find knowledge and to find expertise and capacity. We can think about the social capital in terms of the connections between people and between organizations, whether that be our close-knit circle of people around us or our ability to connect with people who are quite different from all of us. And it also includes the cultural capital. So this might be multilingual populations, different ethnicities, different traditions, different heritages, different backgrounds that people bring with them. So when we think about development of the bioeconomy, I would challenge you to think more broadly than just in terms of technology, but also to think about the rural community development and all that it takes to create a sustainable rural community in thinking about the different community capitals that exist. So we think about capitals because they're assets. They're assets that we can invest in and leverage to create more development. And so you can see the 7 different community capitals that are listed here on the slide. So rural areas cover more than 80% of the European Union territory and are home to about 30% of the population here within the European Union. But there are significant social and economic changes that are happening not only in the European Union, but across the world in terms of rural places. So we can see that there are, in more developed countries and higher income countries, there are declining birth rates in rural communities, which means that there's fewer kids who are growing up on farms, which leads to less people who have agricultural experience and backgrounds. We see more people who, as the kids grow up, they're moving out of rural communities and going to urban centers where there's a perception that there's greater opportunity for people to experience and to do the things that they would like to do in their lives. We also see advances in technology and science, which create different kinds of jobs and that are needed and that are available in rural places. If you're an entrepreneur, or your family didn't have a farm that you're going to be taking over, there's really high cost to entering the market in terms of land acquisition, buying and purchasing the machinery and all of the supplies that would be needed to start an operation. We know that agriculture can be a very demanding type of work where there's definitely an uneven balance between work and life. Right? There are very high periods, and sometimes there are some lower periods. These are all within the construct of globalization because we know that agriculture is becoming a much more globalized industry. So we need to, these are all different drivers of rural change throughout the world. And so these are important for us to keep in mind as we're moving forward. And because there are fewer people who are growing up on farms and living in rural places and filling the jobs that we need to have filled, we turn to international migrants or international migration as a solution to the problems that we experience in some of the rural places. So migration is not just a local phenomena, it's a global phenomena. And there's a number of push and pull factors that are responsible for some of these changes. So push factors, you can think about those in terms of conditions in a home country that are motivating people to move to another place. You can think about pull factors in terms of conditions in the destination country that attract people to come into that country and to leave their home. So, for example, in the United States, a pull factor might be the desire for jobs. We have a lot of jobs that are open, and we don't have a lot of people to fill those jobs. And so you can see here from the map that the United States is the largest destination for international migrants. But there are a number of large migrant corridors that exist throughout the world, as you can see by the different dots on the map. And so migrants tend to leave from more developing countries to go to more higher income countries in search of jobs. So for example, they come to the United States, they come to France, they go to the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and so forth. Globally, in 2019, there were 169 million migrant workers. This is an incredible number of people who are leaving their homes to work. Migrant workers constitute about 5% of the total global workforce. And among migrant workers, there's about a 60-40 split between men and women. So about 60% of migrant workers are men and about 40% tend to be women. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, there's 859 million migrant workers who are engaged in agricultural work. And there's about 375 million additional people who are engaged somewhere in the processing of those agricultural products. So if you were to put that together, that's 1.23 billion people who are engaged in somewhere in the agri-food system across the world who are migrant workers. Over half of those who are employed in the bioeconomy here in Europe are employed in agriculture as well. And according to the UN, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda recognizes that migration is a really critical issue for us to address, that we need to have processes in place to facilitate safe and orderly migration of people, but also making sure that we protect labor rights and the well-being of those who are engaged in these types of jobs. Globally, you can see that about 8% of men who are migrant workers are engaged in agriculture. About another 6% of women are also engaged in agriculture. So you can see overall about 7% of all of the migrant workers across the world are engaged in agriculture. Agriculture and rural development play a pivotal role in addressing the Sustainable Development Goals, including food production, employment, environmental stewardship, and energy. So if we take a look at the United States right now, about 2.4 million, we have about 2.4 million farm workers in the United States. The vast majority of farm workers in my country are not citizens of the United States. They're foreign-born individuals. They are immigrant workers. We estimate that about 70% of the individuals who are working in crop labor are foreign-born individuals, and about 50% of those who are working in livestock are also immigrants. Our system, our agricultural system, is dependent upon an immigrant workforce, and I would venture to say that this is going to be more of the case for more of the world as we move forward. So the reality is that we need people to work. The current population in a lot of rural places does not want to do this kind of work, or they're not able to do this kind of work. And the economic prosperity of rural communities and of agricultural sector as a whole is really dependent upon making sure that we have the labor force available to do the work when we need it done. So the solution here, I think, one of the solutions, is that we need to create communities that are much more friendly and welcoming to immigrant workers. We need to find ways to integrate and to support the rural workforce and improve the quality of life in rural communities so that not only can we attract people into the communities, but we can keep them there. And that's also the challenge, is making sure that you're able to retain the workforce. So I'd like to, there we go. Share with you a definition of welcoming that my team and I use as we go around throughout the central part of the United States working with different communities. So we define welcoming communities as places that accept and integrate newcomers, that provide opportunities for all to participate and to feel a sense of belonging. They're places where everybody has an opportunity to thrive, where communities work together, cooperate, and listen to their members. Welcoming communities are places where newcomers are greeted and included as neighbors. They're places where each person is valued and shares in both the responsibilities and the benefits of being part of the community. So welcoming communities can foster a culture and a policy environment that makes it possible for all newcomers to more fully participate in society. I'd like to give you a couple of definitions here around integration. And sometimes when we think about the word integration, we think about people kind of merging together, but there are a number of very distinct definitions of integration when we're talking about people and communities. So integration is very much a dynamic process of bringing people together. And it's a dynamic exchange between people and communities. It's a process by which immigrants become accepted into community and as individuals and as groups. So it's not just I'm coming and you will accept me, but it's more of how do we do this together. And within the literature, we think about 4 different possibilities in terms of integration with terms of this mix that happens as new people come into communities, with integration being the most helpful and the most successful one of those outcomes. So as people come to new places, there's 3 possibilities that can happen, right? There can be an upward assimilation, there can be a downward assimilation, and there can be more of a bicultural mobility. And what we understand is that as there is more bicultural mobility and upward assimilation, those tend to have the best outcomes for people and for families. Robert Putnam, he's the author of Bowling Alone, for those of you who may have read that book, but he also said this a number of years ago, that the challenge for a successful immigrant society is to make people become more comfortable with diversity by creating a new sense of identity that cuts across all of these lines, a shared sense of identity. And if we pay more attention to how to create this encompassing sense of we can get through the process and reap the benefits of immigration much more quickly. So in my area of the United States, sometimes there's communities that are not as friendly, that are not as open to newcomers. And we're trying to work with communities to try to make this process a little bit easier. So with integration, what we know can happen are some really positive things. There can be a greater sense of attachment to the physical place, to the physical world around us. There can be a greater sense of community in terms of the social and cultural fabric of communities. We can increase and enhance the well-being of the people who are living in these communities and ultimately improve life satisfaction and satisfaction with the community overall. A number of years ago, we did interviews of small-town leaders in 2 communities in my state. And we wanted to talk to leaders about what they saw as the benefits of immigrants in their communities. Both of these communities have transitioned. So they have had a huge demographic shift that has occurred. And we were trying to understand from the leaders' perspective, did they see benefits or what did they understand? So that we can frame messaging in terms of what is going to resonate with community members. And what we found is that leaders noted that the immigrant newcomers had a desire to succeed. They brought a different perspective, they brought diversity, they had an entrepreneurial spirit, they had a family orientation, a rich culture, a lot of talents and skills and technical skills and a strong work ethic. So all of these things, if you couple that with the need for labor, which we know is true, we have a lot of jobs, no people to fill them, and you couple this with the human social value that these leaders are perceiving in the immigrant communities, you're ripe for having a very dramatic growth climate. And that's exactly what has happened in these 2 communities. They're thriving. There's one of these communities that has now over 70% of the population is foreign born. From a small town of 6,000 people, 70% are foreign born individuals. And it's amazing. Main Street is thriving, agricultural businesses, meat processing are thriving, and so there's a lot of really good things that are happening and a very compelling narrative that we get to share. Now I'd like to give you a case study of South Dakota. So a number of years ago, back in it seems so long ago, 2018, it's not that long ago. In 2018, we were contracted by the Central Plains Dairy Foundation to conduct a study. The goals of the study were to assess integration, sense of community, and knowledge of and access to community and workplace resources among immigrant agricultural workers, and also to understand some of the attitudes of community members towards these immigrant agricultural workers and explore the nexus, the opportunity for development in their state. So if you look at the map, South Dakota is that little red dot. Well, actually, it's the purple state, and the little red dot is the communities that I'm going to talk about now. So in South Dakota at the time, there was a huge expansion of the dairy industry. And in this one particular part of the state, so you saw the little red dot that was in the corner of the map, there was a lot of expansion. Current dairies were expanding their production. There were new dairy facilities going in. There was a new cheese processing facility that was being built. There was a lot of things happening where they were very interested as a dairy foundation to make sure that they had the workforce that they needed to be able to continue this type of growth and this type of production. You can see here in 2018, South Dakota cows produced 2.7 billion pounds of milk, which is estimated at nearly $1 million of economic impact. There was a study that said each one of those cows produced $26,000 of value out of each one of those cows. So this was a really important thing for the state to really think about, is how do you keep people in this industry and working in this industry. And the dairies in this particular area of the state were having a hard time retaining labor. And they were wondering, why is it so hard to keep workers here? And so that's where this study came in. So it was our goal to figure out, why can't we keep workers coming here? So we studied 3 different communities. They're very small communities. You can see those listed. They were along one highway corridor. So there was a town of Beersford, which was a population of 2,235 people, a town of Centerville of 905 people, and the town of Viborg of 868 people. All 3 of these communities had experienced some growth in terms of their Hispanic or Latino population. Now, why is this important? Because where I live, the Hispanic and Latino population are the foreign-born agricultural workers. And so you can see some of the population change over about a 20-year period. So we used a 3-pronged approach using a concurrent quant-qual mixed methods type of approach. We did a survey of community members. We had 222 community members from those 3 communities that I mentioned. And with community members, we looked at things like sense of community, acceptance of immigrants, frequency and nature of contact with immigrants, perceptions of cultural change in their community, and quality of life. We also conducted 36 structured interviews with immigrant agricultural workers in these communities. Most of these workers were employed in dairy. However, there was also a new turkey farm that was being established in the area, so there were a couple of turkey workers, but for the most part, these were dairy workers. So with the immigrant workers, we looked at integration, we looked at sense of community, we looked at community participation, the occupational context, so we could understand about how the work also impacted their lives. And finally, we did 14 interviews with community leaders. So these might be people who are principals of schools, people in the healthcare system, elected or political leadership in communities. And so we wanted to learn more about, from their perspective, what was going on in the communities and what were some of their ideas for successful welcoming and integration to maintain these workers in these communities. So you can see some of the demographic characteristics. In terms of the agricultural workers, these are mainly male workers who were coming from either Guatemala or Mexico to these tiny, tiny towns in South Dakota. So what did we find? Well, we found that for a lot of communities, they felt like immigrants are new. They're a new experience for us, and we're not really sure how to deal with people who are different from us. One person mentioned the following quote: "The dairy brought a few immigrant families to the community, probably 3 or 4 at least, in terms of families. That may not seem like a lot, but in a town of 900 people, that's a fairly decent percentage of the population." And he went on to say that it's been a new experience, and probably just for the last 4 or 5 years. So this was something that communities were learning to deal with, and they weren't quite sure how to do that. We looked at the acceptance of immigrants using a validated measure from the Gallup poll, and this is called the Migrant Acceptance Index. And there's a maximum score of 9, and you can see here that the communities that we studied scored a 7.2, which is lower than the United States average of 7.86. But what we tend to know from research all across the world is populations that have a higher education, that may be younger, and that have more urbanized populations tend to have higher levels of welcoming and acceptance of migrants. We also wanted to know about the worker context. So the workers told us we're working 5 to 6 days a week, we're working 8 to 12 hours a day. We haven't worked very long, maybe they haven't had experience in agriculture, definitely in the size and scale of agriculture production in this particular area, and they had a limited English proficiency. And most hadn't worked in ag before. So it made it a lot of challenges. So if you can imagine that you're working 8 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, that doesn't leave you a lot of time for trying to do other things and being active in community life and trying to integrate into more of community life. We also wanted to know about contact with immigrants. And what we found as we looked at contact with immigrants between community members and between the immigrant agricultural workers is that contact is limited, particularly in neighborhoods. So in those places where you have a lot more opportunities for informal connection and conversation, there was less contact. There was much more contact in public places and in the workplace. And so if you think about a small community and you have people who are quite different, they were actually living geographically separate lives in one community, right? They were very separated. So the neighborhoods were very different. You could go to the trailer park and find where the immigrant workers were living, or the motel that had been made into apartments, and find the immigrant workers, and they were living very separate from the rest of the community. We looked at an integration index. And here you can see that the score was also quite low. We looked at navigational integration, and among the workers, only about half said that they could find it easy to find a doctor. 44% said it would be easy to find a job. 21% said it would be easy to find a lawyer. So the idea of being able to navigate through the community and find the resources that you need in the community was quite low. We also found that there was very low psychological integration to the U.S. Very few workers felt a strong connection to the United States, and many felt like they were an outsider to the United States. So you can imagine, if you're feeling like an outsider, you don't have that strong connection, why would you stay? Why would you want to continue to live in a place like that? We also did see that there were positive associations between age, the years that a person had lived in the community and in the U.S., and the number of children that they had. And this is a particularly interesting finding, because if you had children, then you had contact with the school system. And the schools tended to be a great place to foster some of that welcoming and integration. But language proficiency continued to be a challenge. And you can see here that they try to reach out, but people perceive the inability to speak whatever that common language is in a place to be a real challenge and to be a real barrier for creating connections among people. We found that there was a very significant difference in how welcoming a community was perceived by the community members, the long-term residents, versus the immigrant workers. With the immigrant, only 17% of the workers felt like the communities were welcoming, versus nearly 80% of the community members and about 72% of the community leaders. So there were very distinct differences in terms of how the community felt to these immigrant farm workers. We asked people to give us ideas. What should we do? What should we be thinking about? And so people talked about how important it would be to create foreign language instruction programs and English language learning programs so that the workers who were coming to the United States could learn English and the community members could learn the foreign language that the workers may speak. They talked about how important it is for media to also talk about positive news stories about immigrants and to have open dialogue and discussion about immigrant newcomers and about the experiences that they bring, and encourage the development or bringing products that may be more common or more familiar to these immigrant workers. They talked about how it's important to grow bilingual or multilingual resources in communities, promote respect of all people, because sometimes they felt like they were discriminated against. There were definitely undercurrents of what people would say is racism in many of these communities. And so reducing the stereotypes and promoting respect can be a way that you can keep people in communities to do this type of work. We looked at sense of community. And again, we found a very significant difference in how people felt, if they felt that sense of membership or that sense of belonging. And community spaces can play a critical role in integration. So it's not just about the workplace, but it's also about the community spaces. And you can create community spaces where they can be a bridge between different cultures to make connections and to facilitate more of that informal kind of conversation and networking that promotes neighborliness and friendships. We asked immigrant workers about social support. And they said some of the lowest scored areas in terms of social support were with tangible assistance, like with communication and helping to understand the local language and culture. They also rated very low this idea of having people that can help them understand like the local rules, the local laws and regulations, and being able to provide the necessary information to orient a newcomer to a community. Because sometimes the places where these people may be coming from are very, very different and distinct from where they land up. So what do we know? Well, this was a case study and it's very common. You could apply this type of case study not only to agriculture and to farm workers in the United States, but we've applied it to meat packing workers, and you could apply it across the world. You may have different people coming from different places, but the story is going to be quite similar. There's a need for labor in agriculture, which is a core component of the bioeconomy. And as such, we have to figure out ways that we can recruit and retain a workforce. This is a critical issue of sustainability. So we found that the integration of these immigrant workers was low, and it was probably due to these language factors and having very little multilingual infrastructure available in communities. The long working hours that left very little time for them to do other things outside of work. There was a lot of camaraderie, which was great, among the immigrant workers. However, did that maybe lessen their ability to talk and integrate with other people? Perhaps. And the housing structure, as I mentioned, many were housed in off-site motels or in trailer parks that were very separate. So it did not help facilitate that integration. So if we're clear about our opportunity here is to maintain the economic prosperity of rural communities and the cultural and social vitality of these communities, then welcoming and intentional integration of immigrant populations, immigrant workers, is going to be something that's necessary for us. And partnerships between employers and communities are things that may help us to address these concerns with a long-lasting impact. So the successful transformation of the bioeconomy cannot just focus on science and technology and stewardship, but it also needs to focus on people. So I may be the oddball out here as a community and public health scientist, but I think this is a really important element for us not to forget, that all of this is facilitated on the work of people. And if we don't keep our people in our communities to do this kind of work, are we actually going to be successful in any type of bioeconomy development or Green Deal? So we have to figure out ways to manage these social relations and to build more community networks, bringing diverse people with diverse perspectives together and creating a space where people feel safe to have a dialogue, to have a discussion, and they share pride in their own experiences, in their own traditions, and their own backgrounds, and their strengths. So with that, I would like to acknowledge that part of this work was funded through the Central Plains Dairy Foundation, as well as the Central State Center for Agricultural Safety and Health. Pictured here are members of my team who worked on the South Dakota study, but we have a large team that's working in Nebraska and throughout the central part of the United States, working with farm workers and rural communities. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions if there is time for questions. Otherwise, I'd encourage you to reach out. Sorry.
Thank you very much. It was really useful, interesting, very topical presentation. And dear colleagues, maybe you have any questions. Now it's time for discussion. If you have a question, you can just raise your hand, and my colleague will... Yes, please, here. Lady.
Hello, I'm Anna Kłoczko-Gajewska from Warsaw University of Life Sciences. Poland was usually an outlaw country, so we didn't have experience of migrants. And with the outbreak of war in Ukraine, we face huge inflow of migrants, especially with school children. And it was quite easy to develop help like bilingual information everywhere, or small points to meet, to gather, or some open social centers. But our school system is unfriendly even for our own children. So it's quite difficult even to make it open for incomers who have very basic or no language. So did you face, I mean, it's easier to help in short term, like being open for giving information, but the system itself, which needs really reforming, is not coming forward to the incomers. How do you see your systems? Are they friendly for anybody who is not in the main group?
Yes. Thank you for the question. So our systems are similarly under-resourced, underfunded, and face significant challenges with people who may be not from the dominant group. But however, there is an openness, and there are federal laws, national laws, that are forcing school systems to figure some solutions out because there are language requirements in some of the funding that schools receive from the national government, that they have to provide language access services. Now, in small communities of 2,000 or 1,000 people, it's much, much more difficult, but the communities are having conversations amongst themselves of how can we hire maybe one person? Maybe each school system can't hire a person, but maybe if we pool our resources, maybe we can hire one person together who can facilitate those language interactions with the parents, to have one bilingual or multilingual liaison for the school system. But right now, they definitely don't have the capacity, but they're thinking about how do we do this differently. So what they're relying on right now is their phones. So the parents come with their phones with Google Translate. I say something, or the school would say something in English, the parent says something in Spanish, and they move the phones back and forth. That is not a sustainable solution, but they're thinking about different alternatives to address the language gap, but there are challenges with funding.
I would like to ask about how that policy depends on the official policy of United States, what we have seen from the Trump presidency. And in some states, society are voting for the Trump, and who knows what will happen if he will be re-elected next year.
Yeah, very interesting question. So in the middle of the United States is where I work, and the middle of the United States is very much a Republican, a very conservative type of area where there's a higher percentage of people who voted for Trump. The areas tend to be a little bit less open per se to diversity, to newcomers and so forth. But the one thing that many of these rural communities can understand and can rally around is the fact that there's a need for labor. Like, there's so many jobs that are open. There's farms that cannot fill the jobs that they need, the positions that they need. And you can have that conversation with a farmer or with a farm employer that there's a need for people. Everybody agrees on that. The challenge is, how do you get people in to fill those roles? And there's a lot of different ideas around that. One of the solutions that's being proposed by by the Farm Bureau and by farm industry organizations, is to change the visas that are available to agricultural workers. So in the United States, there's a program called the H-2A visa program, which allows temporary agricultural workers to enter the country as a non-immigrant. So the idea is you're going to come, you're going to do the work for 6 months, and you're going to go back. That's the idea behind the program. So temporary means less than a year. So what the farm industry organizations want to do is to expand that time period so that they can bring more people in. So if you have a temporary employment contract, that doesn't work for dairy. That doesn't work for any type of livestock production. And so especially the cattlemen, the dairy producers, the swine producers, hog producers, poultry industry and so forth, they want people to come and be able to stay for a number of years so that they can know that they have the labor force available. So they're pushing at a national level to try to change some of those requirements around the visa programs. So regardless of your political leaning left or right, I think most of the people that I interact with, even though they may be quite supportive of President Trump, they also understand the need for labor, and so what we try to do is find that connection point, right? And so if we can agree that we need labor, let's figure out some solutions on how to do that.
So I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for the great presentation. Thank you so much for this discussion, and we are going further.
Thank you.
Big applause to Athena. Well, addressing climate change, environmental concerns, and the imperatives of the European Green Deal necessitates dedicated research in this domain by scholars and experts. Now, I would like to invite Associated Professor Jiří Mašek from the Czech University of Life Sciences, Prague. His research focuses on soil tillage technologies, grain harvesting, and technologies for agriculture 4.0. And the presentation name, Smart Farming as a New Era of Agriculture. Please, floor is yours.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure for me to stay here. After 4 years, I remember that last time I visited this university and agriculture academy. So, smart farming as a new era of agriculture. It's a phenomena in the last years because of a lot of things which change our view to agriculture, and with some global trends we have to adapt with global change, climate change, and maybe the situation on the global market. So, I come from University of Life Sciences in Prague, Faculty of Engineering, and I am originally of the Department of Agriculture Machines. And not only at the university, but also we have some units which is covered by university. It's a ProLab, we call it Making Future. It's our prototype laboratory. And because of the results from the university and faculty, it's quite profitable, and there is a lot of problem on the academic sphere. We set up this year new spin-off company, which is ProLab Engineering Limited, which is partly at university, partly at faculty, and also connected with the industry to spread our knowledge and our products with the agriculture sphere. So if we look to the agriculture, our world is our agriculture, and we are facing, I think, the biggest issue in the history, because in the last 50 years we doubled the population on the earth with the same amount of the arable land, and we have to increase the intensity of production of the food, because we would like to mitigate the poverty and hunger on the world. So now it's more than 6 billion people on the earth, and we expect another more than 9 billion. Maybe we will attack the 10 milliards of people in 2050. So the agriculture area is not increasing, is decreasing, and if we look what will be in 2050s, it will be 0.16 hectares per capita, so it's not enough. So the intensity must be increasing. So agriculture 4.0, precision farming, smart farming, it may be the recipe how to deal with demographic development, lack of the natural resources, also the climate change and food waste. It's the problem which is in the modern world, in the Western world, but also in the developing country. It is based on mechanization, because without mechanization, the agriculture production is not sufficient for food production in our world. We can say that it was the major step in 20th century to increase the production of agriculture. The problem of agriculture is sometimes what we talk about with the normal people which are not connected with agriculture. Majority of our society in the Western world see the food in the grocery store, not on the field, not on the stable, and they listen only the news from media that the agriculture is maybe responsible for the climate change, is responsible for damaging the soil, is responsible for poisoning our water, etc. But agriculture is only one sphere which is source of food for people. But we know it because we are connected with agriculture, but majority is disconnected and usually think that the milk is from the store and the bread, etc. is the same case. So maybe there is a task for our general media to change the mind and show the agriculture in the best view as a source for the food for the people. We talk about the bioeconomy. I think that agriculture and precision agriculture is an integral part of bioeconomy, and it's one of the trends now in Europe, in the world. And also we have common agriculture policy in European Union, and this system of precision agriculture plays really crucial role for capture these objectives, these goals, because it brings a lot of benefits for agriculture production and maybe land protection. So we are facing these challenges: population growth, land degradation, climate change, and also we have to be sustainable in intensification. But there is some limits because it's not never-ending intensification. If we look to the agriculture sector, the population is growing, land area is decreasing, and what is the problem? And thank you for the previous presentation. Labor sources in agriculture are also increasing, and in many countries depend the work labor in agriculture on immigrants. If we talk about the change, if we look 1990s and this year, population change, our TV change also, so I think that we will talk about the changes in agriculture. So look, maybe 100 years ago, we have grain harvest, approximately 1.5 hectare a day. After 100 years, we have to harvest 150 hectares a day. And also in soil tillage, it is a huge increasing of productivity. So why we needed this increasing of agriculture production? Rising population, changing climate, declining the arable land, mostly done by human act, and also there is a changing in economies and diets. You can see there is only 5% changes, but if you look to the total population, it is a really huge amount of meat and other production. If you look to the world's menu for maybe some forecast for the next year, it increased the cereals, also the meat and dairy, and this most comfortable parts of the production. But the problem is the number of people what we have to serve, the dinner, the lunches, breakfasts, and where is the recipe how to do it. If we look to the first time, so it's the first revolution from the horse to the tractors, it increased the production incredibly. But now we are maybe in this position and we need to increase the production again. But how to change the tractor? Because we don't have enough labor power. So there will be new technology based on autonomous technology, artificial intelligence, and it is all covered by precision farming or smart farming or agriculture 4.0. If we look to the world, sorry for that map, it is from 2016, I can't find the newest, but it is about the mechanization. So the western part, western world, Europe, and also the Russia, it is covered by mechanization on the high level. But if we look to the maybe India, China, or South America, you can see that the level of mechanization is lower. You can see 40%, 48%, but the population density and amount of the people in this country is the biggest in the world. So, and only share of agriculture in GDP, it's only 10% or 14% in these countries. So there is quite a huge gap. We can fill it with the new technology to increase the production, because in the Western world there is not so much to improve. I think we are on the border with the intensity, compare some environmental issues. But we are talking about artificial intelligence and precision farming, but in most countries, many countries in the world, you can see the technology like this. It is not changed maybe last 500 years. This picture is from 2010 from Indonesia. Is drying the rice when I was on the project for half years in Sumatra Island. But the evolution continues. We are from the first till fourth industrial revolution. We are somewhere here, so 4.0, and we use it also not only industry 4.0, but agriculture 4.0. In the future farms, and the future is not so far away, it is now or maybe over 5 years. We will have the autonomous tractor or robotic swarm with the small machines, texting cows. It is working now that you have sensors on cows and the farm manager is sitting in the office and he knows everything about the cows, about the health, about the state, etc. So that's really future. It's now. We are facing this now. It's not far away future. But the system is more complex. It's not only about the farm, but you have to know all about the environment. So weather forecast, about the groundwater situation on the field, situation in the air, and it is all connected. And the problem of this is the connection between many, many stakeholders which are on the market, in the society, and they exchange a lot of data. So we find the solution. We have some data hub, but also the problem with the data is still occur. Because the main components of the precision farming system is Internet of Things, connected with a lot of sensors. You have sensors everywhere. And it produces the big data. You have to find some right algorithm to gain the data and receive the right information. Artificial intelligence and machine learning is on the daily process of the new machinery, and as a recipe how to solve it is robotics and automation of the work in agriculture. So we need some very good based, so some cloud computing and edge computing, but we still produce the big data. And we have a lot of data, but a few information. I remember when I started at the university, we have some observation field in the research institute, and usually we produced per season about 15 megabytes of dates. It is more than 20 years ago. Now it is in the terabytes, but still the information like similar, not big step forward. Second problem is integration. Not integration of immigrants, but integration all the parts of the system to gain the information. We have to collect the data about the fields. We have some different methods of collecting the data, and after it we prepare the application map or also maybe yield map. But all parts must be in the right sequence to be useful for normal production. And also we work with manufacturers and prepare digital twins. It means that before the machines is in production, we have this digital model, and we have to prepare all the situation in defined environment and try to find the best solution for this special environment. So the challenge for agriculture, I think that we can divide it for the Europe and for the rest of the world, because in Europe we have some limitation. There is some efforts to extensify the agriculture production. Other world is facing maybe to increase the intensification. But I told you that I think that in Europe we are on the highest level, and more intensification is not sustainable. And according to Green Deal and other policy, it's really not best way to make more intensive agriculture in Europe. So we have the pressure on greening of agriculture, of course, reducing the consumption of mineral nutrients, Years ago, it was automatically because of the prices of the mineral nutrients. It increased incredibly. So a lot of farmers, they think, oh, I have to put it less and count it because of economic profits of the agriculture. And also, we have to reduce the greenhouses gases, and we look to bioenergetics. So on some part of arable land, we produce not food, but also sources for energetic purposes. It was very interesting text, the Agriculture Manifesto, and there is described some trends about the agriculture. I think that not with all we have to agree, but with robotics, precision agriculture, artificial intelligence, sensor technology, and market segmentation and biosynthesis, we should agree, because that's the trends which is now. So if we look to the smart farming closer, in present time we communicate mostly between the people. In precision farming, it's the future, it's just opening the door. There will be communicate only the machines, and the people, the humans, will be just supervisor, because there will be a right algorithm to gain the automatic work for the machines in a stable, in a field, in maybe storage hall, and the person will be just only supervise all the activities. The main idea of precision agriculture is to do the right things at the right time, in the right place, with the right way, and also with the right amount of money, because about the money is on the first way usually. If we think about the precision agriculture, that's new. It's not new, because we know it about observation of the nature, landscape, and the field in 1916s, observation from the air, so remote sensing as a first step. It's in 19th century, and what is work on the small scale, that the farmer, he knows the land. So he has maybe 5 hectares and he knows everything about the land. So the skills of the farmers was also like precision, because he knows on this place I have to do it twice or thrice. In this part, just one is enough, but it is working only in a small scale, not on the big farm, not on the big field. If we look, this is example from Czech Republic, the segmentation of the field. It is from the 50s, from the last century, and if you look to the same area, it is now, so you can see that the fields are quite huge. Now we have limitation in EU, maximum 30 hectares, but before there was no problem to find maybe 100 hectares field in Czech Republic, or maybe bigger. So that's the reason that we have to use this remote sensing for finding the place on the fields and prepare the application map. So also we work with geographic information system to gain the models and prepare the application map for the work implements and tools. And also we use the remote sensing for calculation of yield potential, for example, NDVI indexes, etc., to calculate this yield potential, or maybe do some act to increase and improve this situation. So most time consuming is collecting the data, especially if we use the point sampling. So you have to go to the field and in a network which is up to situation, collect maybe thousands or hundreds samples from the field and send to the laboratory and make some decision. Better is to have sensor on the machines, and of course the remote sensing with some appropriate cameras and filter is the best way. So on the machines, we have sensors which collect the data from the soil, combined with information about localization, and the last things is that it is going online. So you observe maybe the plants or the soil and act with the machines directly by the work. So it is connected in this circle from the sensor, telematics, robotics, mechatronics, and all is working together on this system of precision farming. So the evolution continues, and we have some autonomous tractor. Thank you for CNH for this picture, and also John Deere will provide the same. On the last Agritechnica in Hanover, it shows the concept of the autonomous tractor. So it is also a situation that on the fields we find these machines very soon. Maybe the problem is legislation, because it's robot, and if something happened, who is responsible? That's the question. It's more philosophical question, but it's very important before the machines will be in normal operation. But it is the big machines. But the question is about the field robots. Will be really the big one or the small one, or maybe the groups of robots? So we expect that there will be micro robots or nano robots. They will take care about the individual plants. Not big robots for the field, but individual plants will be observed and served by these robots. This is really future. It will be maybe 20 years. But if we look to the history in the 1960s, it is from one book in our National Library. It was the prediction how the machinery will be in the end of the 20th century. But I think that it's never happened. The direction is quite different. So we have the small robots, and also for the plants will be the nano robots in the future. The decision about the size of the robots is if we look to the farm, if we look to the identifiable field, or if we look directly to the plants. So to scale the robots from the big one to the small one. Very nice project was by Fendt, this system Mars Micro Agriculture Robot Swarms. It works in a group. It is just a project, not in operation, but the idea is very nice. And now we have some small results of our robotics team when they prepare some small robots. It is from the competition. It was our most successful robot for observing the plant disease. They win the European first place in field robots event, but we are deciding now from the small scale to the big one. It is in operation in Czech Republic, but the company is not from Czech Republic. But we are also prepared in our team the new generation of maybe middle-size autonomous robot. So we can't change the soil because the soil is done. We can't change the weather, but we can change the technology. And we have to do it, because without it, we are not can't survive maybe the changes in the weather. So with the robotics, there will be problem again with cybersecurity, because if you have the robots, it is online and interchange the data. So if you browse the internet, some hacker could hack your PC. Also, some hackers could hack your robots and stole it. So that's the cybersecurity and data protection will be very important issue. Of course, the new era needs new jobs and new description of the jobs. And we have to prepare it, the workers, with new study program. I am proud that this year we open new study program Precision Agriculture at our faculty. I'm very happy because it was quite long time process. new organization scheme and new technology setup, because for the robotics work we need different schedule. And the last but not least, it's innovation, innovation, innovation. Without it, it is impossible. So, and now let me introduce our ProLab. It's a prototype laboratory at Faculty of Engineering. So we are oriented to the flying robots and also for the ground robots. We are cooperation with our Ministry of Agriculture. It was the idea, this is the result, which is now in not fully operated in company, but it's like observation because, you know, it's unique machines and it has unique problems. And we started with Project Agronaut. It was flying drones. It is equipped with spraying boom, and it finds like different plants and damaged by chemicals. And the second one, it is the Forestor, and that's from evaluation in a campus, and this is the evaluation in hop production. 2 weeks ago we try some tests with company which are interested to use it in big scale in their field. So that's the information about the ProLab, and only this is what I mentioned in the beginning, ProLab Engineering Limited. It means the spin-off company of our faculty and university. We are happy that we find the industry partner which has supported us with not small amount of money. But we talk about agriculture 4.0 and industry 4.0, but we are facing the fifth industrial generation. So industry 4.0 will be close soon, and there will be industry 5.0. There will be communication and interaction between the human and the robots, and I think maybe only between the robots, and the human will be just supervise the work. So, many thanks for your attention, and if you have questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and questions. We have, we have questions. Please, lady in white.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sugna, and I am Science and Innovation Advisor for Lithuanian Agriculture Ministry. So my question would be, let's say in Czech Republic, what is the practice? Is it bottom up with precision farming or top down? Yes.
Thank you for the question. It's very interesting. I think it's a both direction. From the bottom up, the farmers, the clever farmers, they know it, that the precision agriculture has a lot of benefits for the farms and for the work. So they try to find the information, find the machines, and the Ministry of Agriculture, they prepare some like program for supporting the precision farming system on the farm. But I think that the farmers are 2 steps before the ministry, because ministry promised last year that they open this program for the precision farming, and what I know till now is not open. So, but the farmers they use these robots like for testing machines. Because the problem is the price, of course, and what I says, the problem is legislation. There must be still human which is observe the work. It is not fully autonomous.
Thank you. One more, last question, and we are going to the coffee break.
Yes, I represent foresters, and I saw this forestry robot, so it would be very interesting to, if you could comment more, what can it do more, like plant trees, and maybe in connection question, when you develop it them on the wheels, have you thought about technology, human-like robots also? What is the better?
Yeah, the name of the robot is Forester, and it's very simple because the project start with State Forest of Czech Republic, and they support us because they need this kind of machines to the nursery, and also because, you know, in Czech Republic there was a problem with the bark beetle, there was a calamity of bark beetle, and there is not enough workers in a forest, so they ask to design this kind of robots. So we have 3 prototypes. 2 are working at the university farm and university forests, and 1 is in the State Forest of Czech Republic, and they try to find some mistakes to improve the construction, because, you know, it was like design sometimes with mistakes or not mistakes. And that's the reason that is Forester, because it was supported by the forest, but when we show it on the exhibition, it's interesting that the second partner is Ministry of Defense, because they would like to use it for Czech army in modified version. It is fully autonomous, and it is completely electro robots. So there is a battery, and the capacity for the work is 20 hours.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's give a big applause to Professor. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to the coffee break. It will be here at the corridor of the hall. And at 11:30 we are coming back and continuing the plenary session. Thank you very much. Soil is an asset for agriculture, providing us food, which is necessary condition for the future of humanity. Therefore, it's important to speak about the soil system and its development. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Umarkant Mishra, United States of America, from University of California, Berkeley. His research focuses on land surface spatial heterogeneity, soil carbon storage and dynamics, anthropogenic and climate impacts on soil system, and benchmarking of system model projections. And the presentation name is Predicted Land Use and Climate Change Impacts on Soil Organic Carbon. Please, Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your generous introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umarkant Mishra, and I work as a principal scientist at Sandia National Lab. And I have an adjunct professor appointment at University of California, Santa Cruz, where I interact with students. And first of all, I would like to thank my colleague, Professor Gita, from Vytautas Magnus University, for her generous invitation to present my research here. And my objective is, if any of the younger researcher in this university will decide to conduct studies on soil carbon, I will consider my presentation successful. And in this presentation, I will try to summarize few of my studies which are focused on predicting land use and climate change impacts on soil carbon dynamics in continental US. So I would like to start with this global carbon cycle. Friedlingstein and colleagues from US and all over the world, they published the most recent peer-reviewed numbers on the global carbon cycle. And they tried to summarize the state of the carbon cycle. And in this slide, the arrows represent the flux, the circles represent the carbon storage, and the bigger the circle, the more carbon storage stored in the different components of Earth system. So what this slide is suggesting that as a humanity, we emit roughly about 9.6 petagram of carbon by burning fossil fuel or energy consumption, and about 1.2 petagram of carbon through land use change. And out of this global emissions, about half stays in the atmosphere, about 1/4 is absorbed by global oceans, and about another quarter is absorbed by terrestrial ecosystems, which consists of global vegetation, soils, and wetlands. So at present, this terrestrial component of the sink is about 3.1 petagram of carbon. And if you look at this historical trend, since last 40 years, this number has doubled in comparison to 1940s. And in this way, the terrestrial ecosystems are providing enormous service to humanity, because in absence of this terrestrial carbon sink, the order of magnitude of global warming would have been much higher than what we are experiencing now. And when we say carbon sequestration, the idea is to take out carbon where it has faster turnover rates and put it into the system where it has larger turnover rates. So for example, if you take atmospheric carbon, put it into oceans, it's called oceanic carbon sequestration. Similarly, if you take the carbon from atmosphere and put it into geologic strata, it's geologic carbon sequestration. And similarly, if you take the carbon from atmosphere, put it into soils, it's a soil carbon sequestration. Now, in my knowledge, all other forms of carbon sequestration has its side impacts or externalities that are generated, which are often harmful. For example, oceanic acidification or seismological events due to geologic carbon sequestration. But soil carbon sequestration, as it happens through biological processes, it's considered win-win scenario. By sequestering more carbon into soils, we tend to make soils more healthier, so they can do multiple functions which are helpful to humanity. Now, why soils are important or should we consider? And by the way, I was very pleased to see that in your organizational structure of your university, you have a soil science department as well under agronomy. So I was very pleased to see that. And if you have paid attention to my last slide, the second largest circle of global carbon storage is soils after oceans. So soils are important carbon reservoir, and they store about more than double amount of the carbon that exists in atmosphere currently. And because it is a large pool, even a small change in soil carbon can have enormous impacts on atmospheric carbon concentration and the future trajectory of climate change. And the soils are also interesting because at the same time, some soils can act as a sink of atmospheric carbon, and other soils can act as a source of atmospheric carbon. Therefore, storage and dynamics of soil organic carbon representation in Earth system models is a challenge. We are still working very hard to represent the spatial heterogeneity and the rate of soil carbon change in our current Earth system models, which are used to make global projections of Earth's temperature change in future. However, I hope that not every one of us is a soil scientist here. So it's a good idea to recognize that not all soils are same. Like humans, like plants, soils are of different type. And also they live in different parts of the world. And the most important thing is they respond differently to any kind of changes or forcings. In modeling term we say that forcing can be in terms of land use change. For example, you converted a forest and converted it into a cropland, or extreme climatic events. These soils will respond differently. And we need to have a geochemical understanding of how these soils will respond. And my team at Sandia National Lab, we do our research from plot scale to global scale using different kind of data sets and variety of models, which can be machine learning model to ecosystem model to earth system model, and we create new knowledge about predictive understanding of soil systems. And our idea is that our knowledge can be used either by land managers or by policy makers into their consideration while they make their decisions. Now, as I said earlier, soil carbon sequestration is a win-win scenario, and there are evidences that if you increase the carbon content in soils, it helps to increase soils' physical, chemical, biological, and ecological functions. And that is why famous authors like Professor Ratan Lal from Ohio State and Michael Smith from University of Zurich have mentioned in their high visibility papers that soil carbon is not only a soil, but an ecosystem property. However, how the change in soil organic carbon content impacts these properties, it only remains in a theoretical understanding. We need to develop mathematical functions that can relate soil properties to these different processes, and that can advance our knowledge of predictive understanding of soils and terrestrial ecosystem response to future land use and climate changes. Now, I would like to talk about the term carbon farming, and I thought this topic is pretty relevant to this audience, and also because there is increasing amount of funding in this domain of research. And it seems that policymakers have also realized that, like our earlier speaker said, that soils or agriculture is a source of greenhouse gas emissions. But at present, roughly yes, because out of the total greenhouse gas emissions from the planet, agriculture constitutes about 10%. And if we can reduce this 10% and make agriculture carbon negative, that would be a big win for humanity. Because by doing so, not only we are solving the climate, we are contributing to solve the climate issue, but also we are making our soils more healthier. Now, what is carbon farming? The idea of carbon farming is adoption of management practices that increases net carbon content in the soils. And that sequestered amount of carbon can be traded as any other farming commodity, such as corn or soybean or milk or anything else. Now, how can we do that? There are many management practices that can make that happen. For example, adoption of cover crops. That means in the middle of the two major crops, you can plant cover crops. There are bioenergy crops, which has a higher, deeper root structure, and they can help store more carbon. Similarly, there is crop residue retention, no tillage, and many more activities, as summarized in this figure by carboncycle.org. Now, Professor Ratan Lal, he's a big name in this science of soil carbon sequestration. He gave two ideas, like one is conducting extractive farming, such as conventional tillage, taking crop residue out from the agricultural system, and unjustifiable use of fertilizers in order to greed for enhancing higher productivity. If you do those kind of extractive farming practices, you will go a downward spiral and make the agro-ecosystems more susceptible to climate extremes. However, if you adopt carbon farming practices, like I described in my previous slides, there will be upward spiral of making agro-ecosystems more resilient to climate extremes. That means soils will be more healthier and they will have greater ability to combat with extreme climate events and extreme land use change impacts. Now, I would like to address the question of how much carbon can we theoretically sequester in soils. So there are two schools of thoughts in this idea. One school of thought says that you can sequester the carbon that you have historically lost from the soils. My colleague from Woodhull Research Institute, they published a paper and they reported that this historical carbon depth from soils is about 133 petagram of carbon globally. So if you believe that theory, the idea is that you can put back 133 petagram of carbon into soils at a global scale. And one way to do it is to adopt carbon farming approaches. With the adoption of carbon farming approaches, our idea is that you can sequester probably at the historical level. You can manage to sequester that amount of carbon. The whole idea is it's a bucket-style theory. That means whatever you have taken back from the bucket, you can put back into that system. But there are advanced approaches which are coming in. Some are being adopted in US. Those are called advanced approaches. And what does that mean is adopting engineering practices to enhance the carbon sequestration. For example, you can engineer plant roots. You can engineer soil microbes. You can engineer agroecosystem, and that will help to capture more carbon, and you can possibly sequester more carbon than you have lost from the terrestrial ecosystems. So this kind of understanding says that the theoretical global potential could be about 3.8 petagram of carbon per hectare per year across the global scale. And another kind of theory states that this idea may not be relevant to every place in the world, because this whole idea of putting back carbon, what we have lost earlier, has been developed in absence of climate change impacts. So now, the recent evidence are suggesting that the factors of carbon soil formation are changing because of climate change. In permafrost ecosystems, the soil microbes are different than what they were 20 years earlier. The vegetation growing pattern is different in different ecosystems now because of the climate change, because of the indirect impact. So if you consider those forcings into your understanding, then the carbon sequestration is a dynamic concept. It does not follow a bucket style. So currently we have these two school of thoughts when we think about how much atmospheric carbon we can sequester into the soils. And it might be one of your job to identify in which direction we are going. Now, when we say soil organic matter or soil organic carbon, it's basically a composite idea. So soil organic matter can have a 30 to 90%, depending on the location, mineral associated carbon, 10 to 70% of particulate organic matter, about 2% of dissolved organic matter, and about 1 to 3% of microbial biomass when we say soil organic carbon. And these components of soil organic carbon does different functions. For example, dissolved organic matter can be an indicator of nutrient supply to agricultural growth. Similarly, mineral-associated organic matter can be indicator of carbon sequestration potential that helps us to fight with climate change. So in our strategies, we have to consider different compositions of soil organic carbon and suggest ideas which can help soils to do different functions. For example, enhancing carbon sequestration, providing more nutrient to grow vegetation, and increasing the water retention that will help soils to fight against extreme drought. So the idea is when there is more carbon into soils, the soil porosity increases. The soils will have higher capacity to store moisture in comparison to lower carbon concentration soils. And that will help to mitigate climate change impact and also increase food productivity. Now, we published a study in 2021 where we looked at how, what is the evidence that exists in scientific published literature, and we try to figure out how soil organic carbon is limited to total nitrogen content. So that means that if the soil carbon concentration increases, theoretically we should be able to produce more by applying less fertilizer. I hope Professor Giri also mentioned in his presentation about this idea. So here is the evidence that suggests that all the published literature, among all the published literature, we are showing that with soil organic carbon content, you can predict with 88% variability explanation that there will be increase in nitrogen content. So you will be able to produce same level of productivity with less nitrogen application. Similarly, there is also a relationship between soil organic carbon content with soil porosity. That means if the carbon concentration in soil increases, the porosity of the soil also increases. The soils will store more water and they can help in climate change. Similarly, we also looked at how different management practices such as biochar application, agroforestry, and organic amendment application impacts on porosity, total nitrogen content, crop yield, and different component of soil organic carbon. So if you do these practices, how they impact. Our results show that with biochar application, you are significantly increasing both particulate organic matter and mineral associated carbon. So if your idea is to enhance the soil carbon concentration, probably biochar application can be one management practice that will help you to achieve those goals. Similarly, there were significant impacts of organic amendment and agroforestry applications as well. Now I would like to talk about another kind of research, and this is how we can predict the impact of land use change on soil organic carbon concentration. So this example takes into consideration of no tillage and crop residue retention. And I think this research will be, interesting to some of you, because all the countries in the world who have signed the UNFCCC agreement, they are required to report their greenhouse gas balance annually. And among the greenhouse gas balance, the change in soil organic carbon content is also reported on an annual basis. And hoping that Lithuania might be the part of UNFCCC, some of your colleagues are already doing it without your knowledge. So it will be interesting if soil scientists can participate in this kind of analysis. And we published this research back in 2012. And the idea was how we can predict the change in soil organic carbon pool due to land use change at a regional scale. I will give you an example of 7 states in Midwestern US where we applied this idea, and this can be applied in Lithuania as well. So now, before going deeper into the methods and results of my study, I would like to summarize how these carbon inventory approaches or prediction in soil carbon change has been reported by different countries around the world. You can categorize them into 3 categories. So first one is tier 1 approach. In this approach, you will use the maps that are supported by, produced by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of UNDP, and you will use those numbers in your countries and multiply them, and you will produce some sort of carbon inventory for your country or state of interest. And tier 2 approach uses country-specific data of soil carbon stocks and emission removal factors. So in the countries which have completed their soil survey and have recorded carbon, sorry, not only carbon, but recorded soil profile descriptions, they can use tier 2 approach. And there is tier 3 approach where the idea is you go to the sites, define sites across the country or a study area, and take multiple measurements before the land use change and after the land use change. And you document the changes by that method, or you can use process-based models. So there are many process-based models that you can use to predict change. Now, as you move from tier 1 to tier 3, the complexity increases, and it will cost you more money, more technical manpower, but the idea is that the prediction accuracy will be higher. But if you look at the documents of UNFCCC, and you will find that almost 90 or 95% of the countries in the world who have signed UNFCCC agreement, they report their SOC change by using tier 1 approach, because it's very easy. Some bureaucrat in the ministry can easily do this, right? You don't need any subject matter expertise here. So we conducted our study by taking the soil profile measurements of 7 states of US, and we developed a version called tier 2.5, and we documented that you can reduce the uncertainties that exist in tier 1 by about 50% by using our approach. And this is the study area that we conducted our study. These are not Midwestern, maybe Mid-Eastern states, 7 states of US. And these are the 20 about sites where we had different years of no-till and carbon residue retention, where we validated our models. And our results are showing that by combining IPCC carbon inventory approach with geostatistics, impacts of land use change on soil carbon stocks can be predicted with greater accuracy. And we showed that the uncertainty in comparison to tier 1 approach can be reduced to half. Now, I would like to talk about another study where we conducted at a whole continental US croplands. And our idea was to study what will be the impact of adopting miscanthus bioenergy crops. And if you plant the miscanthus plant across the entire croplands of US, where are the areas where you will sequester more carbon, and where are the areas where you will sequester less carbon? And we also attempted to understand how much carbon you can sequester. And the idea here is not to convert the entire croplands of US to miscanthus production, but to identify hot spots where you can get the highest carbon benefits, and where you don't have to irrigate the bioenergy crop. Because the major greenhouse gas or carbon accounting factor is the moment you have to irrigate the bioenergy crops, the net carbon benefit that you can get might be much smaller. So that's why you need to identify areas where you can get economic production with net carbon sequestration. And we do a relatively complicated modeling approach where we combined 2 process-based modeling with geospatial modeling across the continental US. And we did our modeling at 260 locations inside the croplands of US. And we predicted the total biomass that you can harvest, the total amount of carbon sequestration that you might get, and the cropland areas where you can get economic profitability, and the cropland areas where you have to irrigate or you don't have to irrigate if you grow the miscanthus cultivation. Now, if you look at this slide, the figure on your left is showing how much biomass you can harvest across the continental US. And the figure on your right is showing how the distribution of different soil organic carbon change might occur if miscanthus is planted into the continental US. Now, if you look at these figures, what these figures are showing that the effective rainfall, that is how much soil moisture might different soils of continental US retain during the growing period, and how it will supply to the miscanthus cultivation. So the area in deep green are the cropland areas where you don't need to irrigate, and miscanthus will grow its highest potential. Similarly, the white and the other blue areas are the areas where you have to irrigate, and the blue areas where you cannot get the higher profitability without irrigation. So these kind of knowledge are needed by our policymakers when they decide whether to deploy miscanthus or any other bioenergy crop in certain croplands of continental US. Now I would like to talk about another study where we use different kind of models. And the idea here was to do similar kind of analysis like for miscanthus, but this time for sorghum cultivation. And miscanthus was a perennial crop, but sorghum is an annual crop. And sorghum has been used by farmers in Midwest for many, many years. So they know how to harvest it, how to market it, and they have their own original understanding. So to do this kind of analysis, we have used a model called Descent and a large number of environmental data sets to conduct this kind of study. And if you look at the result, the figure on the top is showing the biomass that you can harvest as a sorghum bioenergy crop. And the figure in the bottom is showing, if you do that, how the soil carbon sequestration will change across the continental US. And our results are showing that you can roughly get the productivity of 10 tons per hectare per year if sorghum is grown in continental US. And we have also shown that which are the areas and why there is higher and lower carbon sequestration. Now again, similar to miscanthus analysis, we have identified the cropland areas where your adoption of sorghum as a biomass will sequester carbon. And the idea is you should focus on these deep blue areas. So this area is substantially less in comparison to miscanthus, and these areas will produce economic sorghum biomass yield with net carbon sequestration. Now I would like to talk about other analysis where we have tried to quantify the frequency, severity, and extent of climate extremes during cropping season of continental US. So the idea is in earlier two analyses, we have shown how much average yield you can get. However, if you try to project those yield in future, they will not be the same because there will be impacts of climate extremes. And we are already experiencing droughts, heavy rainfall, wildfires, and many more. And we cannot use the existing Earth system model projections for those kind of simulations. And you have to downscale them because they come in around 100 to 200 kilometer spatial resolution. So I don't know, maybe in continental US we can get 10 pixels, but maybe in Lithuania it will be only 1. So it is not so useful, and there is a lot of errors into that. And by downscaling, you can predict the frequency and severity of climate extremes in your areas of interest. And in this slide, I have tried to show that the current Earth system models, taking 3 Earth system models as an example, they do a relatively good job in predicting the average amount of precipitation in continental US. However, their seasonal distribution is very different. So these models may be right if you have to take annual average, but the climate extremes do not come into averages. They come into different intervals. And we need to know whether there will be climate extreme during summer season or not, or during spring season or not. Climate extremes in winter may not have much implications for agricultural productivity. So we have shown that by downscale, reliable for your own kind of science that you want to continue. Now in this slide, I'm trying to show how the historical climate observations are in continental US. Those are the figures on your left. And how the future projections look like after downscaling the Earth system model data. Those are the figures on your right. So if you look at the upper two figures, that is the projection for spring season in continental US. So if you look at these gradations, you can estimate that the springs are going to be more wet in continental US. However, if you look at the two figures in the bottom two figures, you'll see that the summers are going to be more drier in the continental US by 2100. So if you look at these colors, blue indicate extremely wet, and the brown or red indicates extremely dry. And the numbers indicate the green indicates the normal months that has been normal in your historical time. So I think this kind of information is necessary when we try to do our model projections for future climate, so that we can enhance our understanding of how the future may look like and then plan accordingly for future.
Sorry,
now,
dear Professor, could you please go to conclusions, because
sorry.
we are lack of time and it won't be time for another presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, I have only 2 slides. So as I said, there are a lot of uncertainties in this idea, and we don't know how long the carbon will remain in the soil, permanence. We also want to know what is the potential saturation of carbon sink capacity. We also want to know what is the susceptibility of climate change of these carbon farming activities. And we have to develop soil and site-specific payment schemes. So in summary, I was at the right slide. So in summary, carbon farming sequesters atmospheric CO2 and make agroecosystem more resilient. And by conducting modeling studies, we can identify the spatial locations that will sequester or release atmospheric carbon in future. And we are, in our lab, we are trying to couple the recent advancements being made in biology, like engineering plant roots or engineering soil microbes, and try to couple them with surface hydrology in order to have greater confidence in the predictions of soil's response to climate change. Thank you so much. Now I would like to have some questions.
Thank you very much. And now we have to move to our next presenter, because just to save our time and be under schedule. Thank you so much. Please, if you have any questions to Professor, please ask him during the coffee breaks today, during the lunchtime, and very big applause. And now, saving our time, I'm really happy seeing here PhD Petteri Viervaara from Finnish Environment Institute to speak about very crucial topic on biodiversity. His research focuses on biodiversity monitoring for sustainability. The presentation name, Importance of Biodiversity Monitoring for Green Economy and Sustainability. Please, Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, very good. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Petteri Viervaara. I'm coming from Finnish Environment Institute, Syke, from Finland. It's very nice to be here, so thanks a lot. This is a great honor to be speaking for such a great audience. So my talk is a little bit different viewpoint. It's focusing for biodiversity aspects, which of course are very important nowadays for sustainable rural development and economy as well. The topics of the presentation, they are divided in 4 different elements. First, a little bit of the background of biodiversity, ecosystem services, and what's about going with biodiversity crisis. Then a little bit update of biodiversity monitoring today and what kind of international collaboration there's ongoing. Then I try to come closer to this kind of like applications, how biodiversity data is needed in different economic decision-making purposes like ecosystem accounting or calculating biodiversity footprint of the different products and topics. And then finally, like a conclusion of this sustainable model of the future society which needs transformative change. But let's start with the prologue of the common house martin, which is maybe a, oops, it's not switching. Let's go to this one. So it's maybe a common bird in Lithuania as well. What's going on with this species in Finland, for instance? It used to be really common salmon bird all around Finland during the 80s, even early 90s. But then something has happened. The population has been really decreasing fast, and it's expected that over 90% collapse has happened since these 1980s best years. There are a lot of different drivers maybe affecting this phenomenon. There's one of the candidate topics is the loss of insects in Europe across nesting sites, migration sites, also winter habitats. But there must be, and probably there will be some other reasons as well, so it's quite a complex pattern behind this habitat change, some herbicides used, which might affect also for this phenomenon. And if you think about intensified agricultural landscape compared to the traditional times, it's quite intensive nowadays, and biodiversity, which used to be adapted in those, it has their challenges to try to find their nesting sites and the food sources. And of course, there's a lot of practices which are maybe good from one point of view, but there might be some kind of side impacts then for the ecosystem processes and functions which are not so well understood always. And the sad thing is that this kind of development is not only happening with this one bird, but it's quite common across a lot of previously common birds in the agricultural landscape. One of the worst examples is this Erdogan bunting on the right side there, which has been really disappearing in many areas in the northern Europe. But what about that? So what are these species about? So of course it's a long continuum of the evolution across the whole planet Earth. 3.5 billion years of evolution has ended up this kind of biodiversity, what you can see now outside of the window. And it's of course quite a long history of adaptations and evolutionary interactions. This is another picture. So people are there. This one little needle on the surrounding of the different species. But then we have a lot of collaborators. We have plants, we have protists, we have fungi, and then we have all the animals and vertebrates. And they are all interconnected to each other with these invisible bounds of the ecosystem functions. And when you are losing a species, it's a packet of information which was accumulated during the previous history. And when you lose one, you maybe lose one interconnection between different species. And the deeper the erosion of this species loss is going, the maybe more ancient information you are losing from the system, which helps to provide all kind of ecosystem services. So it's quite complicated. So why we are here? Again, looking a little bit of the longer history of the mankind. We heard very nice presentation earlier today, which was a little bit resembling similar topics from the agricultural point of view, new developments and the different eras of agricultural development. This is just to show how the human population has been quite fast exploding compared to the long history of all the evolutionary processes when most of the species were adapting to their environments. So that's maybe the main reason, and we are expecting to have more people and we need more food, so we have maybe more challenges to solve out and adjust. Quite often shown picture is this, that there are well-known 5 extinctions in the history of the life of the planet. Sometimes they have happened due to massive body hitting Earth planet from the space. But the last one, 6th, is maybe in the beginning, and it's just like internal sources, human being with enormous brains and a good capacity for collaboration, so they are so efficient that they are really making space for themselves, but how to keep in mind that there are also these other species which need to be supported as well. If you go to the biodiversity definition, so sometimes people say that it's so difficult and complex thing, the biodiversity, what it means, but actually it's quite simple in a basic sense. So basically it's a genetic diversity, which is then getting different phenomena and different space-time interactions. Species populations is the most common packet of the biodiversity, and it's totally okay to use that as a definition for biodiversity. Then more and more there have been discussion about traits, both structural and functional traits. So for example, if you have a different species of bumblebees which are having different tongue lengths, it gives them different abilities to pollinate different plant species. And that's one example of the traits. And it has happened across some of the, for example, Swedish agricultural areas that there are only these average tongue bumblebees available anymore. The rare ones are nowadays those which used to have a long tongue or very short tongue because they were specified to some plants. So these are, of course, then supporting these ecosystem functions like a pollination capacity, for instance. Then we have community structures, ecosystem structure, ecosystem functions, which are more and more important also to take into consideration. How to go on with the biodiversity variable harmonization? For climate community, there used to be good success once they were able to decide that we need harmonized variables to measure climate situation to fight against climate change. So in the biodiversity side, the same is just ongoing. So biodiversity scientists across the world are trying to find together consensus which are the harmonized variables for biodiversity measures, and there's a concept of essential biodiversity variables defined, which is building on these 6 categories or classes which I mentioned in the previous slides. The main thing is that they try to focus what is the state variable. It has to be sensitive for change, it should be biological, it should be also ecosystem agnostic, because all the ecosystems are quite different. They are really local, so biodiversity is local, and you need to be having flexible system to compare different regions with each others. And then, of course, it should be feasible and realistic to collect that information also, which is a challenge. There have been also a lot of studies going on about these ecosystem services, which is then more like a human-oriented concept, how biodiversity supports human well-being, and an international platform of biodiversity and ecosystem services. It's a resemble panel for IPCC for climate community. This IPBES has been making assessments of the changes of ecosystem services during the last 50 years, for instance, and quite a lot of the trends, the arrows there on the right side of the picture, they are showing downwards. So this is, of course, a challenging topic. One more topic to mention for this background information is this planetary boundary concept. So not only biodiversity, but there are a lot of interconnected challenges which might have same origins of the human unsustainable activities. So there are, for example, this is a Swedish researchers developed this concept, and there are different elements which have been all studied how the current use of these different sectors are affected compared to the past historical trends of this. And if you check climate change, biodiversity loss, land system change, and nitrogen phosphorus flows, they are all over these sustainable borders. Then there are some other ones which are not so well understood and known. And when you try to get that information in the picture where you try to estimate different countries, there in the middle picture, there you can see this one here. So there are sustainable targets compared with the well-being level of the country, and the aim should be sustainably and socially, countries should be somewhere here, so that they meet these social targets, and still they are providing well-being for the people, but most of the countries, like Finland, for instance, is up there, and this is maybe the best country ever in the world. So it's a tricky how to achieve this kind of sustainable future. Then one more important topic is this from the same IPBES report about the drivers of the biodiversity loss. So these are also important. It's not only important to measure the state variables and the current condition, but also to understand these different background processes like how land use change, how sea use change, direct exploitation of the natural resources, climate change, pollution, invasive alien species are affecting for different ecosystem processes and functions. Okay, but let's move on. So a little bit more about the current way, how to monitor biodiversity, and then a little bit of this international collaboration. So this is a nice picture of my colleague, who is also a photographer, how to measure biodiversity. This used to be old way and a quite current way actually also. So you have a wide landscape, a couple of biologists going around there and trying to find a species what they are interested in. That's fine, but there are some bottlenecks and the challenges how to get that information timely available and covering vast areas of the countries. So this is another picture. This is from the Sentinel-2 satellite picture from the same region. So these two guys are somewhere there in the middle of the picture. And this is more and more used for the operational biodiversity monitoring. With different sensors, it's possible to get different kind of data and information about the changes and vegetation structure, different ecosystem functions as well. And similar graph, it's a little bit small text, but on the top of this picture, it's a Finnish example describing different in situ biodiversity and environmental observation schemes, starting from the Baltic Sea visibility measurements 1905. Then we started our National Forest Inventory 1920 there. And then when we come towards 80s, there were more and more even species-related new biodiversity monitoring schemes launched like butterflies or moths or dead wood, algal blooms, so on. But at the same time, the tricky thing has been that it's quite costly and challenging to keep them all up and running, and they have not got any coordination between different schemes, so they have been popped up like mushrooms after the rainfall, so not really well-developed system to get it done in a synergistic way. But then at the same time, these different remote sensing campaigns have been launched and providing information which are more and more useful and important to be integrated for these monitoring schemes as well. One nice article about these possibilities of remote sensing for biodiversity monitoring was in a science magazine a couple of years ago. It's not about Jupiter storms, but there on the right left corner, it was advertising this title, Getting the Big Picture of Biodiversity, Satellites and Other Remote Sensing Tools Offer New Ways to Study Ecosystems and maybe even save them. And there's a network, GeoBon, which recommends different countries to set up biodiversity observation networks, which are analogous for the climate observatories that will allow each country to measure their biodiversity. I think we can go over this. So what's the challenge of this monitoring scheme? So there are spatial gaps, there are temporal gaps, there are taxonomic gaps, and if you look at the map, Europe is quite well covered with this kind of species observations from the GBIF database, for instance. But then the rest of the world is quite blank map in that sense, that there's not really monitoring ongoing. How this essential biodiversity variable could be then put into practice. So we need to focus for these raw observations and think about what kind of steps are needed to get these harmonized observations as a data cubes, which can then feed in for different indicators and then support decision making of different policy use cases or different purposes. like Sustainable Development Goals, for instance. There are some challenges. Data availability is, of course, always a tricky issue and a bottleneck how to get observations. Then there might be challenges with the harmonization of the measures, and then also mismatch between expectations. So local communities might need totally different kind of biodiversity observations and data than the European scale decision makers, for instance. But anyway, I would like to highlight these in situ remote sensing observations that you really need to put them together, and even pay some attention for this driver's pressures observations. And with models, you can really then try to get a better comprehensive understanding for wall-to-wall maps and a temporal long-term understanding of the changes of the nature and these key essential biodiversity variables and their trends. But there's a long way to get that happening in the real world. But anyway, there's quite good support actually available at the moment. United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity just had their COP15 last fall in Montreal, and there was an important decision. They got really good recommendation to support continuation of the development of the global biodiversity coordination center and entity, but also regional centers for different main geographical regions. So Europe is developing one for their own sake. At the same time, researchers have been suggesting how this kind of network of national biodiversity observations could come together. And there's a recommendation that we really need this kind of global biodiversity observation system, GBIOS, as stated here, which is using similar kind of approaches and then providing different EBV indicators from local to regional and global level to get better understanding how these biodiversity are changing across different places. In Europe, there's quite a lot going on at the moment. So there's a project called Europa-Bonn, which aims to develop European biodiversity observation network, which is based on these EBVs. And also there's a network called Biodiversa Plus, European Biodiversity Partnership, which brings together research funders, but also ministries of environments and environmental protection agencies, over 40 countries, 80 partners altogether, having quite significant budget for these 7 years of operations, over 800 million euros altogether. And 1/3 of that budget is actually allocated for biodiversity monitoring, collaboration, and new projects. So there's fresh money available also for countries to improve their biodiversity monitoring schemes and develop new biodiversity monitoring schemes. So I really recommend to seek out that option also in your own countries. One of the key aims of this Europa-Bonn Biodiversa Plus collaboration in Europe is to develop some kind of coordinated biodiversity monitoring center, which have different functions, bringing data interoperability solutions for the users, provide social interaction, provide guidance and coordination for biodiversity monitoring, provide co-funding, and maybe some other ones. And then at the same time, we need this kind of national hubs which are mirroring similar functions and providing similar kind of data together then on a national scale. And of course, that's the level where you can really support different kind of local demands as well. So let's see how far it's going. In Finland, I'm representing one example from our national approach, Finnish Ecosystem Observatory, which has more or less the same idea. We are going through different biodiversity monitoring schemes, from databases to satellite data, in situ data and models, and provide like a machinery which helps to find data, whoever is interested in that, whether it's researcher or administrator or expert who needs to use that for reporting or calculating some kind of indexes for their sustainability analysis. And then, of course, there's a lot of need across the society on the right side, so it's important to connect with them, not only to do in isolation with biodiversity scientists to study something what might be interesting, but also to think about the benefits for the society at the same time. Okay, let's go on then, trying to build this bridge from this biodiversity world to more of this green economy word, which is not so familiar for me, but I have tried to study a little bit, also to link it for this presentation. So there have been, of course, a lot of studies published. And again, I mentioned this climate community. There was a Stern report about the economics of climate change, that was really a benchmark with climate community and opened a lot of new possibilities, discussions, and societal understanding of the challenges of climate change. And now you only need to read news and you realize that many of these scenarios, which maybe 10, 15 years ago sounded quite extraordinary, are happening all around the planet. For biodiversity, there was a similar kind of reports a couple of years ago, Das-Gupta review about the economics of biodiversity and ecosystems. And also, European Union has been highlighting very much this green economic concept. So Green Deal is really one of the key elements of the current Commission's strategy with the biodiversity strategy. But then, of course, there are other international needs for sustainability data, and biodiversity data is providing quite often the foundations for this kind of indicators, which are, for example, reported for SDGs and so on. Okay, I wanted to give 2 examples here how this economic developments at the moment, or like applications which might get benefit from the biodiversity data, might look like. So there's ecosystem accounting, which I mentioned shortly already. That's more like a societal level guidance, providing cross-sectoral data. It has standardized approach coming from the United Nations system of environmental economic accounts, and Eurostat is implementing that across the member states. The interesting thing is that it includes not only economic and monetary measures, but also biophysical statistical measures of the ecosystem condition, especially ecosystem extent, which you can think about like a habitat locations, and then about this ecosystem condition, and then also ecosystem services, and also monetary ecosystem assets. But I'm not getting deeper in that in this presentation, but rather give a couple of examples from the slower one, this biodiversity footprint. So, which is maybe more often interested by getting interest from the private company level, and there are various approaches. One example is this biodiversity footprint for financial institutions developed by a Dutch bank, but there are a lot of different kind of indicators developed, and you can find more information from the EU Business and Biodiversity platform about those. And a challenge with them is that there's really lack of standards, so they are really proactive companies who would like to be developing their biodiversity measures before their competitors. And there are some challenges about the openness of the data sometimes, and also that how to really get this kind of like a research community working together to develop the best available methods. But anyway, they are good trials, and they can be used for measuring sustainability of products operations, even corporate level or sectoral level impact for the ecosystems. Quite often in these footprint methods, this kind of DIPSIR framework is used. So driver, pressure, state, impact, response. You are probably familiar with this one. It's often used when assessing environmental impact. As if you take an example, driver could be, for example, increasing human population and need for food, which affects then the pressure, land use change, or more intensive agriculture, which affects then the state, population size of the agri-environment species, or ecosystem structure, ecosystem functions. Also there's impact like decrease in size or connectivity of habitats, and then response might be protection of forest, for instance. Anyway, when you develop these footprints, you quite often focus for pressure or impact data. And that's practically also because most of the data is available for these 2 measures or steps of the indicators. And for the pressure data, you might often get direct observations, but then for impact, you still need to use some kind of modeling. and that's quite a common way how these footprints are calculated today. And as you realize, the state is not involved in that, and what comes to the comprehensive picture of biodiversity indicators, it's a little bit sidetracked and not really in these discussions when these footprint developments are happening with pressure and impact indicators. If you apply that and put it in the context of some economic activity, you have to take a company which have their own data, think about what kind of pressures they particularly are having, and then try to get even until the measures to get this full chain of the impacts evaluated. This is just a quite messy picture of this method which I shortly mentioned, this biodiversity footprint for financial institutions, BFFI, but it's having kind of stepwise approach, starting from the understanding the investment, then assessing environmental inputs, outputs, using assess of environmental pressures on the impact of biodiversity, and then interpret the results for the action. And there are different elements like life cycle assessments using to provide information, and then this kind of model, which is more explained in the next slide. So it tries to understand these different emissions and resource use and their impacts, get environmental pressures measured with different units, and then try to understand how these pressures affect for biodiversity, terrestrial biodiversity, freshwater biodiversity, marine biodiversity. And then that's further transferred for area-based measures, because it's quite complicated to try to discuss with this kind of potentially disappeared fraction of species indicators with anyone. So anyway, how this bank used this for their aims, they wanted to have sustainable net positive impact for all the investments, and they were calculating this kind of, using this kind of method, what it means for all the different economic entities. And also using same for their own balance sheet. Here on the left side, here is the value of the investment, and here is the biodiversity footprint across the different segments. And then on the right side, it's same for their own investments, which you can see there is quite a lot of negative biodiversity footprint compared to the positive ones. So this gives a tool for investors also to think about what's their biodiversity impact in a wide scale and a bigger picture. Okay, but there are still some challenges coming to the end. Current biodiversity footprints, they are really focusing for these pressures and modeled impacts, not state variables. So they are not, there's some mismatch, they are not really discussing together. There's definitely further need for research, how to include these essential biodiversity variables, for example, in this footprint across the different sectors. It's important that some of the drivers are quite poorly covered with current footprint approaches. Then models use sectoral and regional average values and not really specific, like especially explicit or temporally explicit values. So they are not very sensitive indicators in that sense. Also, there are a little bit two different approaches. There is like an area-based approaches, ecosystem-based measures where area and condition are used, but then there are some other methods which are more focusing for threatened species or endangered species, which is then again a little bit different. And all these three elements should be integrated or included in these perfect indicators. Then to the end, need for sustainable society, transformative change mentioned here. What is transformative change? It sounds quite obscure, and it is based on this kind of IPBES figure, for example. There are a lot of things, but the main point comes from the first slides, that there are a lot of people who need a lot of food, who have a lot of impact for the society, for the ecosystem, and society should be minimizing their harmful biodiversity impacts. So we need to try to adjust all the systems as much as possible to get them as sustainable as possible. For example, one example from Finland shows that how Finnish people are having impact also outside their borders for their food impact. We are having quite a lot of impact for South America, for example. So it's important to understand that a lot of the consumption is happening outside of the borders and the really place where people are living their everyday lives. So it's important to have this kind of international collaboration ongoing. And if you go through the EU actions, what this means, they say that it should be changed drastically how we do things at the level of individuals and organizations to make our society more sustainable. And the Commission has been identifying different elements, which at least these 6 are having reflections with the biodiversity measures. So renewed sustainable finance strategy, business and biodiversity movement, sustainable corporate governance, also for environmental duty of care. Then there's this taxonomy regulation, which is out this sustainable financing. Also the example was related to that one. Then there is need for methods for integrate biodiversity considerations into public and business decision making. And then finally also promote international natural capital accounting initiative, which is same as this ecosystem accounting, which I mentioned. So quite a lot of support from that side also. My final slide. What to remember from that main message is biodiversity loss is at least as serious threat as climate change. Sustainable green economy depends on sustainable biodiversity and ecosystem functioning, so data is really needed. Impact of any human activities on nature must be measured and monitored, and essential biodiversity variables could help to harmonize monitoring schemes across the regions. And finally, direction must be really towards socially, ecologically sustainable societies. And that's all from my side. Thanks, Achiu, for the public. Thanks. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. One more time, please, applause. Sorry, now we are not having the discussion. We need to cut it because we are out of time. Sorry for that. Please be active and ask during the lunchtime and during the other activity of the conference. Now let's go to our last presentation. And I'm inviting now Professor Maria de Fatima Nunes de Carvalho from Portugal, from Polytechnic Institute of Beja. Professor is the expert in the development of water treatment and reuse technologies. And presentation topic is domestic water waste reuse in agriculture, decentralized treatment systems. Please, Professor. Professor is ready.
Thank you. I want to thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here to can present my research group working and to show you how you can solve a problem with wastewater from decentralized treatment systems. So I start. I start with what is the decentralized systems to focus in this subject. So wastewater treatment, our activities produce wastewater as in domestic or agro-industrial or industrial factories. So the centralized systems is the systems when wastewater is collected, transported and treated in a wastewater treatment located outside the served area. So the decentralized system that I will show you what you develop in the, to solve the problem of this wastewater is collected and treated in a wastewater treatment plant near the source. Normally in the world, in the industrialized countries as the United Kingdom, Switzerland or Netherlands have central connection rates close to 100% of centralized systems. In Japan it decreased to 81% and in United States of America 75% of centralized systems. But in the other states member of the OECD, centralized wastewater management remain problematic. And globally, only 55% 56% of domestic wastewater is safely treated. So my research group looks for this problem. I come from a small region, agricultural region of Portugal, and you have a lot of decentralized systems, small isolated houses, small village. So our goal is how to solve this problem. And I show you what's the problem with the centralized systems. You know that the centralized systems usually are bigger structures that needs high capital costs and high level of the knowledge to her maintenance. So, and when the water on the centralized systems needs to be, for example, for agricultural use, it needs a high level of treatment and associated high costs. So, for the other end, the decentralized systems, when the water is close to the production, is treated close to the production place, could be planned and maintained and reduce pollution low to the receiving ecosystem and encourage local use of the effluent. There are some advantages of these systems if you use a correct treatment. Of course, it is some disadvantage. Normally, is necessary only one technology, but a combination of technologies is a central problem of this decentralized wastewater system. So, our group know this problem, try to make a research about this subject, what you can find in literature. So today I want to show you what we found, the state of the art of the decentralized technology for agriculture reuse, what are the most studied technologies in literature, and what are the research gaps. I'm speaking about the centralized municipal wastewater treatment technologies for agricultural reuse. And finally, I will present we develop a treatment, a patented treatment, based on one-step lime chemical precipitation, and you show you as a novel low-cost technology to achieve quality compatible with agricultural reuse. How it is better than the existing technologies. So we find that this is a few studies of this subject. We find a lot of paper, but we use the keywords decentralized, on-site, small scale, compact, urban wastewater, domestic wastewater, municipal wastewater. Main criteria, because we find 457 papers, and when you make screening, only we find 26 research articles. So, as you see, is few authors that studied this subject. Because we include technologies for decentralized in our research, literature on technologies for decentralized wastewater treatment and reuse in food crop production, original research, and how with these screening criteria only we find 26 articles. And what we see that the articles, these 6 articles, are in countries that, or that is a correlation between countries where the publication in this review were produced and historical water scarcity problems. The countries that produce these articles are Brazil, Jordan, Tunisia, Thailand, and so on, that you can see in this graph. So normally the countries or the researchers try to solve the local problems. So if they have scarcity of water, they can produce solutions for this scarcity. During the years, the publication increased in the last years, and also the citations. We see that the scales of decentralization depend on the size of the several area, communities, village level, on-site level, and neighborhood level. You don't find any article. Most of studies included in this review had a scale of application in mind when developing the treatment processes. Almost all were for applications in a rural setting with the only couple consideration applications at the peri-urban level. As you see, and most of them is pilot scale, as you can see in the graphs. So pilot scale is the most articles, and full scale only 39%. And we also search in these articles how is the treatment of this decentralized system. More of them are constructed wetlands, 39%, aerobic processes, anaerobic process, membrane bioreactor, and others. And the others includes microfiltration, hydroponic system, vermifiltration, stabilization pond, and solar disinfection. And about disinfection, we find that more of the systems studied have no disinfection system, and the systems that use disinfection use membranes or ultraviolet or other like chlorine. And the systems that use preliminary treatment, the use of treated water is now recommended. The use for agriculture, of course. The primary treatment, also no use recommended. The second treatment, no food crop irrigation, restrict landscape irrigation, groundwater research, stream augmentation, industrial cooling. So if you use secondary treatment, some of the application could be used for some strict application. If they use tertiary treatment, it's possible to use for landscape irrigation, urban reuse, food crop, irrigation, indirect potable reuse, or if is used advanced treatment, that is possible to use for indirect and direct potable use, and of course of all other reuses. The single-stage treatment, as I said, such as septic tanks, simple settling ponds, biofilters, have been found to be insufficient, as I told, in removing contaminants from wastewater, especially in areas where the effluent wastewater quality is high in terms of organic and nutrients. For example, for agriculture, we have strictly rules to be that could allow the reuse of this wastewater. We found that if the water is disinfected, but the treatment isn't good, you can't use it as water for agriculture. And we study also in these articles what are the best treatments that could produce wastewater for agricultural reuse. And as you see, you have a lot of combination of the treatments, and this combination could achieve the rules to be that the water could be used for agriculture. And as you see, if you use tertiary treatment, a combination of tertiary treatment after disinfection, you can use the water for all destinations. So I find the treatments, the kind of treatments, what I can obtain with the treatments. For example, concentrated effluents is effective in removing organic matter and, to a less degree, nutrients. So what I want to say that the traditional treatments is able to treat nutrients, organic matter, but not all pollutants in the same time. So I think the time is running, and I passed for this resume about what we observe and what is necessary to develop in this area, in centralized systems for treated water from the centralized systems and agricultural reuse. You see that is lack of effective, of research effective of certain wastewater treatment technologies in removing organic contaminants. We don't find if these systems is able to remove emerging contaminants. Also, there are no studies about ecotoxicology assessment and the effects and low knowledge of effects of plants, of the use of treated wastewater in the plants, what's the effects of this water in plants, and a lack of cost-effective and energy efficiency. So, I can pass because you have few time. Our research is focused on the nexus of water, food, energy. We want to supreme these lacks of this literature and developing a treatment that could connect this nexus. So, using low energy, using the water is able to reuse, develop a low-cost treatment, and that in one step you could remove at the same time nutrients, organic matter, and obtain a wastewater able for agricultural use. So what you do? You use a cheap reactant, hydrated lime, and this reactant could achieve a spontaneous CO2 sequestration after treatment. And this technology is the addition of reactant of the wastewater is made in special conditions that you can achieve at the same time the removal of all parameters of the wastewater, including nutrients. And of course, you obtain a sludge and a treated wastewater, and this sludge is able to use for agriculture purposes like a fertilizer. Our treatment is so fast, so easy. You mix the reactant, the lime, only 1 minute in, and you obtain the separation after more or less 1 hour of the treated water and sludge with a very good separation. And after treatment, the wastewater could spontaneously capture CO2, and because we have calcium ions in the solution, and these calcium ions could capture CO2 and produce another sludge, calcium carbonate, and in this process you capture more or less 0.5 grams of CO2, atmospheric CO2 per liter of treated water. So the treated water is able to crop productions, for example, in hydroponic systems. Our colleagues say that the land is low land for each people. So the hydroponic system could be a solution for the food production, I think. And we made these tests indoor and outdoor, and we obtain good results. For example, the lettuce cultivated using nutrient solution prepared with treated wastewater with our treatment. You made a consumer preference test, and the B, as you see, the B is the treated wastewater with nutrient reinforcement, and the consumers choose this lettuce instead the lettuce only cropped with the nutritive solution. So I think this treatment could be a revolution in wastewater treatment. I think, of course, I'm an author, so it's, well, all the authors think that our technology is the best, but I think is a very good technology that can be the revolution of the wastewater treatment. For example, today when I arrived to the university, in the road it smelled bad. When I treated wastewater with this treatment, we didn't have a smell. All smell is removed. So it's another advantage. And I have the wastewater the treated characteristics of treated wastewater. As you see, the pH is because when we capture CO2, the pH decrease to more or less 8. And the treated wastewater have pH 8. The conductivity is more or less the same that the raw wastewater. The organic matter decrease very, very much. All these parameters is able, according European rules for reuse of wastewater in agriculture, is able to use this wastewater for agriculture purposes. So you will remove phosphorus, remove ammonia, and the water is able for reuse. And we analyze ecotoxicological assessment, and the toxicity decrease a lot with this treatment. Thank you. Sorry for my English, but it's a pleasure to be here. If you need some explanation, please ask me later. Yes, later.
Yes, thank you so much.
Please, I invite you to go to my university, Institute Polytechnic of Beja, next May. We are organizing an international scientific conference on ecological and environmental engineering. And all of you are welcome to IPBEJA. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for perfect presentation, being really in time, saving our time for the lunch. and for inviting all of us to your university. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for very fruitful plenary session, interesting presentations and discussions. Now it's time to have lunch. It will be at the 5th floor in the lobby of Central Building. And before we're going there, I would like to remind you that we have lunch till 2 p.m. and at 2 p.m. we are having sections. Sections, please don't be late for them. After our section time, there will be bus by this building waiting for you going straight to gala dinner.